Okay. Hey, folks, welcome back. Oop, let's get that music back on. Dun dun. Hello. There we go. All right. So I did some playing on my own. I didn't continue the main story, but I did some side quest stuff. And all those little ornaments we were collecting, we bring them to one of our friends in Vegas. There were only two I hadn't brought him, so I'm going to bring those to him now.
Pretty sure there's a rebel outpost. Welcome edition of Moreland shows. And Obidon's ticket prices. Good to see you again, Aloy. And above, the serpents continue to dance in the sky. Like sparks leaping from a flaming forge. Any luck finding more ornaments?
Here you go.
So, are you feeling festive? Take your pick.
Alright. So which ones haven't I seen? Valentine's Day and Easter are the ones I haven't
Let's
seen.
put this one up.
Hey, Queen.
By our heroine's word, the lights would dazzle the sky.
Yeah, I started a little late today.
Now, what do rabbits, eggs, and flowers have to do with each other? Signs of spring, maybe. Oh, and before I forget, help yourself to the contents of
I'm
that
all right.
chest over there.
Oh, really?
For
What
our
chest?
heroine had dared the challenges of the West, recovering lives long lost.
Better have brought some shards this
Serve
time.
riches and
Let's go.
rewards.
All right.
Yay.
Ooh. Not quite sure I was up to
Sweet.
all that, but thanks.
Cool. So yeah, all those ornaments are like
Journeys
holiday-themed
unknown.
lights.
The Nora returned to the teller of tales.
And you can change 'em
keeper of
whenever you want.
ornaments. So, did you want to change the lights?
Oh, yay. For Texas?
Let's see this one.
You got it.
Well, cool. Yeah, awesome. I hope you have a good time.
A lot of hearts flying around. I'd bet shards this one's dedicated to the romantic arts.
You had to bring it up, huh?
All right.
The old ones really went all out with these lines.
At least I don't have to swim down anymore.
Should be something else down here to finish up their preparation for the light show.
Nope, it's not the one I need.
Two gold weapons now. Two legendary ones. That would have been fun. Right. Should be down here. Somewhere.
Here I come.
Which day will you be arriving?
No, machines. No burglars.
Cool. Right on. Right on. I hope you'll have a fun time.
This looks like the place. No burrowers, though. There's a crate in that room. But how to get to it? This could be useful. Okay. Gotta get higher up to reach the statue.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough.
That must be the statue. Okay, gotta find a way there.
Oh, yeah.
Now to get the burner. Made it. Whoa! Well, I got the burner. Better take it back to Moreland. Going down. Burrowers.
Oh, no.
The ones that attacked Moreland.
Get out of the ground. Still can't fast travel.
Next stop, Moreland's amazing elevating orb.
about now? Nope. Nope. I have a lot of skill points. It's pretty cool. I should use this one first. Yeah. 5%. Yeah, it's not much. Cool. Okay. Shoot, where's his elevator? There we go.
You're welcome, Elvin. Seriously?
Where are you? There you are.
You're back! Did you get it? Do you have the device? Oh, please say you do. Oh, we're so close to something truly just majestic.
Here you go, Moreland.
Yes! Yes! Thank you. I hope getting it wasn't too much trouble. This design, it's so compact. The ancients knew how to make them. It should fit the housing like a dream. Just need to cinch up the blaze leads and away we go.
We?
Make the maiden flight without the maiden who played such a vital part? My mother raised me better than that. You should have the honor of seeing the world in a way that no one alive has ever seen it.
Hot air balloon.
How about it?
How can I say no to that?
Nice. Whoa.
What was that?
Ah, nothing to worry about. We have a sturdy tether connecting us to the ground. Pure Oseram craftsmanship. Well, time to give it a little flame. Aha! We ascend! Behold, the world beneath our feet. Ah, the sky at our fingertips.
The burner heats the air inside, which gets lighter than what surrounds it. So we rise.
Indeed, we're powered by hot air. Just like Stemmer. But don't tell him I said that. We are on the cusp of history. The first successful Oseram flight.
There have been other attempts?
Oh yeah! The history of Oseram flights is fascinating. And, you know, violent and frequently incendiary.
I feel like you should have mentioned this before.
Ah, the others failed because their machines were too heavy and complex. They were begging to crash. Not here. Just a pilot compartment, blaze, a burner, the orb, and a tether. Within simplicity, there is perfection. Well, at least, you know, less chance of exploding.
Oh, I can look around. Cool.
You know, if Abaddon were here, he'd be drunk like a wastrel, crippling fear of heights. That said, he gets poetic when drunk. He has evocative rhymes about all his various ledgers. A little-known fact, Oseram poetry started as work songs in forges around the claim. Just a bit of turbulence. We shall tame these wild skies yet.
This feels like more than turbulence.
For the record, that was not part of the planned aerial experience.
What was that?
Yeah, I think our tether just came undone.
Moreland!
Oh. That's just a small setback. Nothing to worry about. I can fix this. I can fix it. I can. Rising caskets! It's gonna hit us!
Yay.
Stay back! No! Hey, go away! Go! Shoo!
Yeah, I did.
Moreland. He's in danger. I have to get to him.
No! No!
Sorry.
Gotta follow his voice.
He's up there. Dang it. Hey, Rex. Those two out easy enough.
Get away from me! Hey, I'm not trapped!
Okay. That's the last one. Better check on Moreland.
Hold on, Moreland. I'll get you out.
Aloy!
It just randomly
Here's you're
escalated.
alive.
It's an optional one.
Would you mind applying a little leverage?
Hey, you alright?
Oh, when that maelstrom hit us, everything fell apart. I remember dropping, and then you tumbled out, and
It's okay. We're alive.
you know, in terms of Osram aviation, we're pioneers. And they say it's a cursed field of study.
Do you need help getting back to camp?
Yeah, no, I can make it. But I need to get the burner. It fell off when we were attacked. I mean, I can replace everything else. Except that.
Okay, let's go.
Do you have any idea what hit us? I couldn't get a good look at it in that maelstrom.
Like a storm bird or something.
Between the screeching and the lightning,
That.
it was probably a storm bird.
Woof. Hideous machine. Well, at least it vanished with the storm. Oh. Aloy, would you mind finding a way across? All we need is something to bridge the gap.
What's this? Gold ingot. Gold! Alright. Ah, tree.
I think I found us a...
I did a lot of side questy stuff just on my own time, so... But I didn't forward the main story. Like, this is a side quest, and I wanted to leave this one unfinished.
Efficient and effective.
Gotten to this point in it.
Fine, Osram. I see it. The burner is right below.
I know
that
y'all had seen a
storm
good
bird.
bit
Yeah.
of these guys.
I really need to stop making predictions on what's
So,
safe.
I kept
Gotta be the
the
same one that brought us down. We'll have to kill it to get the burner.
kept
You
this
ready?
last bit unexplored.
Ready as I'll ever be.
Burb. Alright, gotta be it right there, right? Or maybe. Alright, Burb. Let's see what it's weak to. Ah, we can even spot it right now. Get down there. There's your burner. Alright, poison and these guys.
Together, right?
Yeah.
I'm out.
Reload. You can string it down. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Yeah. Ah! Boy. Nice. Get another one. Almost. Got it. Nice. Ash it. Good. still too far. Come on, then. There we go. Okay. Haha, you missed. Whew. All right.
Oh,
Bam.
definitely find a use for this.
Hey there, Beam Reaper. How you doing? Cool.
It's dead.
Steel demise. Aloy, over here. When you have a moment.
Yeah, I'm here.
Steel to my soul. Oh, I think that Stormbird had it in for me, or really fancied my orb.
Just a moment. In any other game, this would be a late boss. Nah, it's an optional side quest.
Found it. Just a hairline crack in the casing. Yeah, I can clean that up with a bit of spot welding. Assuming the ground doesn't open up and swallow us, I'm gonna say we're finally safe. Yet again, you risked your life for me and my ambitions. I wish I had Stemmer's words to thank you properly. If it helps, you've inspired me to draft up a new improved orb. Something that unites spectacle and survival.
I'm honored, but I think I'll let Abaddon and Stemmer have the next flight.
I'll see you back at the camp. There's so much to think about, so many ideas to explore. Until we meet again, may your tools never break, and may your imagination never find its limits.
You too, Morland.
Yay! Helped him. Right. Give me just a minute. I gotta do something real quick. No. Be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Hot as an Othram forge, as Aaron would say.
Alright. Oops, that was a waste. Didn't mean to use that. Alright, so guess that's done with. Let's go somewhere. Oh, Vegas. Alright, let's go do the next big story mission. Sorry, I keep having to type something.
I'm quite certain that it's a unique situation.
I know that. But if there were two of me walking, I'd run for the hills and never look back. Come on, I'm being serious. So am I.
Where have I seen this before?
Welcome back. Hello, Aloy.
Hey, Gaia. So, me and Beta. I guess you heard what happened.
Yes. I am continuously impressed by the complexity of human relationships,
Yeah, so mad she had to
despite
stab
the
the sand.
unpleasant circumstances that led to your quarrel. I am pleased to see you have both found an agreeable resolution.
Well, two heads are better than one, right?
Yes, I believe so. Are you ready to depart for Cauldron Gemini? Or we can continue our conversation, if you like.
Let's do this.
Okay, people. It's time to head out.
I'll get everyone together.
When I'm
All right. Well, have a good one, Beam Reaper. All right.
Connections in place. Booting up.
Beta, Aloy. I am fully installed on this core and ready to connect to the Cauldron network.
It's good to hear your voice. Errand, everyone. Fire your pulses and sound off.
I'm at my cauldron. This thingy, it's blinking. Did I do it right? In position at my cauldron. My pulse generator is blinking also.
That means they're working. I'm in position, and mine is too. Mine as well.
Okay. Radio silence until I give the all clear. Signing off. Gaia, let's cage the beast.
Connecting to the Cauldron network now.
Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance. Elizabeth Sobek, Alpha Prime, activating Omega clearance.
Clearance confirmed.
Probably.
Initiating containment
Greg
sequence.
says something's gonna go wrong, isn't it?
Lock it down!
Terminating external connections.
It's working. It's got nowhere to go.
No, that
Wait,
part was
what's that?
expected.
Malware detected.
Ah,
Attempting to
maybe not that.
compensate.
It's cracked.
Look!
I had to know he was gonna fight back.
Autonomous defenses. Momentum neutralized.
That means machines are on their way.
The real trouble is hoping that Zenith doesn't get to him.
Here they come!
Because it's supposed to be like 4.5 hours for the upload to happen for them to capture Hephaestus. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is elsewhere setting off these big like EMP explosions to essentially mimic the amount of power output coming from this spot. So it will to act as distractions for the Zenith folks. So yeah, they only have a limited time to upload this thing and just hope that Zenith doesn't find them in that time. But yeah, of course Hephaestus was going to fight back. They had to expect machines. But the machines aren't the big issue. It's the humans. It's the space people. Alright, I'll show you.
Stay back!
Which one? Spike trap? Yeah, okay. Come on, come get me.
Get back!
Set some traps. Come on. Over this way.
Over here, you!
You were just standing there. Come on, come up here. Yeah, there you go. They upgraded my spike throwers to be able to make traps with them. So that's fun. Gotcha.
Right away from Beta!
Wow! Oh no.
Stay back!
Yeah, I got an explosion too.
Get back!
Oh. Nice! I'm not even sure what this guy's weak to, but I'd assume
Over here,
fire.
you!
This is an icy thing.
That's all done for now. You two okay?
Still breathing.
Aloy, Hephaestus can't escape, but it must have fled. Deeper into the facility. I'll drive it back here. I'll get the cracked core fixed in the meantime. Keep her safe, Varl.
On my life.
Okay, let's see. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage. Right, first things first, move these wires aside.
Go get Hephaestus. Don't worry
Oh,
about
okay.
us.
I was waiting for y'all. I'll go get him.
Okay, I gotta chase after Hephaestus. Force it out of wherever it's hiding. Make it retreat to the core. No, you don't, Hephaestus! I'll find another way over.
Aloy, I'm patched into your focus feed. You should know there's a huge power draw coming from the next chamber.
Thanks for the heads up. I'm almost there.
Right on.
It's some kind of
Yeah.
production chamber. Hephaestus is up to something, all right?
Cool. Well, here we go.
What kind of machine is it trying to build?
I don't know, but I'm gonna shut it down. I bet those metal carriers will lead me to where it's getting materials from.
I bet that's where Hephaestus is hiding too.
Okay, so we need to ride on one of those.
I gotta find where Hephaestus is hiding. Looks like there are a couple of ways I could go. Well, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah. Alright, where to? Ah, there we go. Well, conveyors.
I should be able to catch a ride on one of those
Yeah.
metal carriers.
Jump up there.
Aloy,
Not quite.
I've managed to rewire most of the components in the core, but the energy processor's cracked. Without a way to fabricate another, there's no way I can fix it.
Okay, let me think. What if you bypass the processor? Connect it to...
The power node. I think that could work.
I think it could.
Treasure. Lots of it. Alright. Here's our ride. Cool.
Just a little longer. Okay. How to drive Hephaestus out of here.
There should be a node you can override near the central platform.
Might be able to drop down and get this guy.
I should deal with these machines first.
Ah, missed those. my chance. Haha! Yeah, you can totally strike them from the air. Booyah. Maybe I can get this one over here. After I get some heals. Like if you're gliding, it should give me the option to stab it from the air. One. Gotcha. Hello. Hey, you still don't see me. Good. It's about to, though, isn't it? Haha. Whoa. Something over there. Ooh, another one. Any more? Not seeing any. I think we're good. Wrong button. There we go. Bring it on.
Oh, great. More machines on the way.
Alright.
Beta! Hephaestus has locked me out of the node. Any ideas?
I'll see what I can do.
Ouch. Good. Haha, got the little ones. Your turn.
There.
Ah. Yes, the Triceratops.
We got them all.
I tapped into the core's network hub. I managed to disrupt Hephaestus' control of the node. You should be able to override it now.
Nice. Thanks.
Right. What's that? Repair pod. Alright. Alright. Not sure if I can destroy that, but neat.
It sounds like it fled to another chamber.
Cool.
Well, I'd better not get comfortable.
Stop your arrows.
Energy
Ammos.
fail safes overwhelming.
And
Great.
these.
Hephaestus covered the floor with lightning. I gotta find a way over it.
Aloy! More machines keep coming! Please tell me you're getting close!
I'm working on it.
What?
I've been smashing through a lot of machines on my side, too.
Okay.
I guess
You kill
Aaron's
me.
missing out!
Anyway, I'm making progress on the bypass, but I need something to hold the cycling module together.
Maybe a ligament from one of the machine carcasses?
Right? Or some luminous lighting.
You could reinforce it with a conversion cylinder.
For increased connectivity. I think we can do this, Aloy.
Lots of purple boxes. Good. Good. Big treasure.
Catch a ride on the rail. Go over the shield.
Huh.
All right. I need to try my best to sound. Got it.
You didn't see nothing, little guy. Don't you come over here. Ooh. Want to go in there. There we go. Okay, that's what we're going for. Got a gator and a little raptor. No, that's an anteater. Or a pangolin. Alright. Nice. That works. Alright, where's the little one? Oops, not far enough.
It's about to get loud.
I know, right? Gotta hurry. Ah, okay. So this is shut off for now. We're gonna turn it back on.
Oh, here we go again.
No.
That doesn't sound good. I'll try to get your access back.
Oh, okay. Here's fun. Here's a fun one. Yes. Yes. Almost. Come on, blow up. Yeah. Oh, you little stanker.
Still in this fight.
Run away! Nice. Right. Oh, big raptor. Nice. All right. I gotta reload. Ow. Missed. Got it. Using the wrong ammo. That works though. Alright, have a good one, Brad.
Node access restored. Now you can override it.
Good work.
You did the heavy lifting.
Override security barriers. Purge infants retrained to instruction.
Okay. This is running out of places to hide.
Aloy? I just registered a huge energy surge back in the production chamber. Something big is happening.
Here too. Everything's glowing.
The machine Hephaestus was building. It must have finished it.
Oh boy.
Powerful. Whatever it is. I'm almost done with the core repairs. Should we come to you? Maybe I could distract the machine if...
No, Beta. Just stay where you are, okay? And your machine's my job.
Be safe.
Ooh, lots of cool stuff. Neat. Okay. Thankfully, time stands still when you're in the menu, so I can use these skill points. Slaughter spine. I don't know what it's allergic to yet.
I think it's charging up.
Ice and water. Little booby.
Finish charging. He got plasma on him. He's gonna explode any second.
Right. Ice and water. There's some ice. Ouch. Oh my. Ah! No! No! Nice. You missed.
Charging up again.
Wow! Gosh. Yeah. I feel you, but I don't have any purge water on me. Ammo, ammo. Wrong one. Change this. Like trap splitting spike.
Helps. It's done.
You did it! There should be one more node to override.
Good. Stand by. I'm sending Hephaestus back to you.
There we go.
No more hiding, Hephaestus!
Got it! Hephaestus is back in the core!
Make sure it stays there. I'm heading back.
And then we can start the merge.
Because of you, Beta. I'm glad you came along. And you, Varl. We couldn't have done any of this without you.
Right back at you, Aloy.
By the rules of storytelling, great, everyone's happy. Let's ruin that. Do I have enough? Nope. Okay.
Aloy, the bypass is done. The core is stable. Hephaestus is 100% contained. And we better get started with the merge. It's all set up. Gaia, establish the link, please.
Done.
Okay, to complete the merge, we need to excise Hephaestus' malicious code. Carefully. Aloy, look!
Well, hello, redundant copy. You cost us quite a lot of time. Eric, get Beta. And squash that bug while you're at it.
Yeah, Varl.
Ooh! Get behind me. Come on! Quit screwing around.
Now we're having fun, right?
Finally. Tilda, get Gaia and Hephaestus ready for transport. Tilda!
I failed.
Hush. All is not lost.
Tilda! What the hell are you doing? Stop her! I can't even see her!
Beta. Farrell. Where am I?
Ah, you're awake. You took quite a hit when Gerard attacked you. I imagine you must still be in a great deal of pain. I can assure you that we are safe. The others can't detect us here.
You mean the other Zeniths? You must be Tilda.
I wasn't sure if Beta would have told you about me.
Where is she?
Alive. And while she isn't where she wants to be, not in urgent danger. We must discuss how to get her back, of course, after you've shaken off the cobwebs. When you're ready, take the stairs down the hall and come see me. In the meantime, I'll make breakfast.
Breakfast. Okay. What was all this for? Some kind of survival bunker? What is this?
Just a few favorites from my collection. Rescued and stored here just before I went off-world. Take a look, if you like. I'm curious to hear your impressions.
My friend is dead. Beta and Gaia are gone, and you want me to look at old paintings?
Don't be so quick to dismiss the comfort we can find in art. Or the insight we might gain.
I gotta use the restroom. BRB. All right. Let's look at art then.
My favorite pairing. On the left is Woman Reading a Letter by Vermeer, a true master. And on the right is a forgery, Woman Reading Music, which fooled experts into believing it was a priceless original. Early in my career, I became fascinated with such deceptions. Eventually, I developed scanning software that could detect fakes with unparalleled accuracy.
Is that how you made enough money to buy your way onto the Odyssey?
Oh no. I made my real fortune later. Selene and Endymion. She's the goddess of the moon, whereas he's a simple shepherd. Beside her is the god of love, Cupid.
So she's sneaking up on him?
More like visiting him in secret. The torch that Cupid bears represents Selene's undying infatuation with him. Though the two must remain apart, her love will forever burn. A portrait of the painter Rembrandt's son Titus, depicted in the habit of a monk.
I don't get it. Why would someone like you, with infinite resources, care about this painting of a boy in a hood?
It's not the image itself, but the feeling it conveys. The face is bright and defined, but his eyes are downcast, heavy with misfortune. And the background seems to swallow all light. The painting is infused with a sense of loss.
I guess I understand how the painter feels.
Rembrandt's The Night Watch, by far the most famous painting my homeland ever produced. It was commissioned to honor a militia made up of influential citizens.
I guess you must have been an influential citizen.
In my day. But not as influential as you've been in this new world. The Gust, by Willem van de Velde, the most famous of his many maritime paintings.
A ship crossing into the unknown. I guess you're familiar with that.
Indeed, which is why I appreciate this composition in particular. Though waves and wind threaten to destroy the ship, it perseveres, clinging to the light even as darkness closes in all around it. Stunning, isn't it? Paintings were the only masterpieces of my people's golden age.
Pretty.
This is Van Vianen's leaded ewer, molded from a single sheet of silver.
What was it for?
How like Elizabeth you are. Function over form. Its practical purpose was less important than its meaning. Van Vianen created it in honor of his late brother, who himself was a famous silversmith.
A memorial.
Yes. Such beauty from sorrow.
That is very pretty.
A lot of weight on his shoulders. I know the feeling. I should move on. She's pulling out her own hair. Out of madness? Out of grief? It's hard to watch her suffer. I should move on.
Done so soon?
I've got more important things to worry about.
We both do.
Not done.
There is much we are trying to save.
Look at all the art. I didn't get the little cross off the list for looking at all the art yet, so I must have missed something. What am I missing?
If this ewer was a memorial, how did you end up with it?
As the Pharaoh swarm closed in, my homeland's greatest museum gave it to me, along with many other works, in the hope that I could preserve them. A masterpiece like this was too important to lose to history. I even considered bringing it with me off-world to ensure its safety.
Why didn't you?
I took a calculated risk. This vault seemed more secure than the unknowns of space. Besides, I thought someday I might return. A long life, after all, has its advantages. Now, lo and behold, here I am. Exquisite, isn't it?
Well. What have we missed? Okay, I guess you can re-tap every one of them.
Where is the ship going?
To a faraway land, most likely. My ancestors used ships like these to explore the world, sometimes at great cost.
What were they looking for?
Anything of value. They were traders willing to face unknown dangers to make their fortunes. But no matter how far they went, they always turned their sails home.
So this Von de Velde only painted ships?
It was his specialty. Following in the footsteps of his father, Willem the Elder. The two had quite a journey of their own, taking them all the way to the court of a foreign kingdom.
Did they ever come home?
No, but eventually their lives worked it. Take your time.
The militia. They look disorganized.
Where others painted such scenes in a stiff and stationary manner, Rembrandt chose to show them in action, preparing to march. He wanted them to feel alive. You can almost hear the commotion.
Who's the girl in the painting?
She's a strange one, isn't she? Bathed in light, though no one is paying attention to her. Many believe she's a symbol of the militia. A physical manifestation of their spirit, if you will.
But she's not real?
What's real in a painting? She's meant to represent the militia's virtue and victory. But I like to think they underestimate her. She looks as if she's seen something. What does she know? What secrets does she keep? There's so much detail to take in, isn't there? Works of art such as these can often cause us to look inwards at our own lives. I'm sorry about your friend. Had I been able to intervene, I would have. But the risk of losing you as well was too great.
Everything went by in a blur. I couldn't get to him.
You know, long before holograms and focus recordings, people relied on art to memorialize their loved ones. Because of works like this painting, their lives are immortalized. Rembrandt had 4 children by his wife. All but Titus died shortly after she gave birth to them. She passed not long after that. Titus became the only family Rembrandt had.
Which is why he painted him this way.
Indeed. Then tragedy struck again. Disease claimed Titus at 26. It's almost as if Rembrandt painted the future, closing in on him. Rembrandt actually painted several portraits of Titus, but this one has always been my favorite. It's honest.
What do you mean?
In others, Titus was portrayed in brighter, livelier states, but here, Rembrandt allows himself to express his true feelings. Sorrow, fear, hope, love. Laid bare on canvas for all time. I see this one resonates deeply with you.
Oh, I didn't get this one, did I?
This is Rembrandt painting Jeremiah, a man in mourning.
Mourning what?
His home. The ancient city of Jerusalem. He foresaw its impending doom, but could do nothing to prevent it. So instead, he saved its treasures from destruction, just as I saved these works. You could say we're kindred spirits.
Yeah, that'll be... we're almost done with them anyway. Might as well
About Jeremiah.
do all these.
If he knew his home would be destroyed, why didn't he save the people? Why save those relics?
He tried, but no one would listen to his warning, so he saved what he could.
But how did he know?
He was a prophet. He saw an army invade and destroy the city in a vision.
So it's more like he calculated which side would win a battle.
What matters is that he was right in the end. If not for him, all those wonders would have been lost forever. At least this way, some part of his world survived. You know what I like the most about this piece? Even though he's the sole survivor, his home in ruins, left with only the remnants of his world. The light keeps the shadows at bay.
There's still hope.
Precisely. Take as long as you like.
And why can't Celine and Endymion be together?
Celine took a vow of chastity, promising to never take a lover. So when she fell in love with Endymion, she could only visit him at night while he slept.
But then wouldn't she be breaking that vow?
Think of it as a forbidden love. Though circumstance keeps them apart, still they find a way to come together, however briefly.
Aren't Celine and Endymion cold?
Perhaps we should move on to another piece. Shall we move on?
Why do you keep the forgery?
I've always enjoyed studying the two side by side. Both painters capture light, color, and perspective. But what makes one a masterpiece and the other simply an imitation?
The forgery looks... sharper?
Good eye. The details are crisp. The contrast bold. It tells us more, and yet we feel less.
What's in the letter?
Who can say? What does the painting tell you?
She's... concerned. Whatever's written in the letter troubles her. A burden she can't put down.
Fascinating.
Why go through so much effort to make a fake masterpiece?
The forger initially painted under his own name, but found little success. His work was considered unremarkable. But when he took on the guise of Vermeer, suddenly it was celebrated as extraordinary.
But it was a lie. And he knew it.
Sometimes we struggle to glean what is real and imagined, even within ourselves. The irony of these two is that Vermeer died in obscurity. He had no idea his work would become some of the most precious, most copied, most preserved pieces in all history.
Hello there, Tilda.
There you are. Feeling better?
How did you find us? At the cauldron?
I wonder if they tried to get Tilda
What did you
Swinton to
do
play her.
everyone right before I passed
She's
out?
played similar characters.
All business, I see. Well, suffice it to say we were keeping a very close eye on Hephaestus, knowing we would need it at some point. Your ruse didn't fool us, and as for My little trick. It was an overload of the senses, accompanied by an energy discharge. Gerard and Eric were only momentarily disoriented due to their shields, but it rendered you unconscious while I got you out. Perhaps some breakfast might steady you a bit?
Makes me think of Near Automata with Adam
This
and
was your
Eve.
house. The one you recreated for Beta, in the data channel you shared.
How perceptive of you. Please, this way.
After everything your people have done, you think I'm just gonna sit down and have a chat with you?
They're not my people. They never were, and especially not now.
You shot off into space with them, and lived with them for 1,000 years before coming back. So what made you suddenly turn on them?
Quite simply, this.
My old focus. You repaired it? But that means you've seen
Incredible things. What you've accomplished in 2 decades of life. A 1,000 years at my back and I haven't even come close. I'm sorry if I invaded your privacy, but I had to. In order to understand. To be enlightened. You truly are Elizabeth's blood. With her drive, her sense of mission, her integrity. Watching all this shamed me for the company that I've kept. Having seen it, all I want is to help you.
even if it means stopping your friends?
Especially so. Please, sit down. There. That's better. Now, we must recover Beta and Gaia at all costs. By now, you must know that Gerard intends to use Gaia to reboot the Earth's biosphere. Remaking this world to specifications that would only suit us immortals. This process will kill every living thing on the planet. He calls it a clean install.
Not if I stop him first.
Not if we do. And once he and the others are gone, we can work together to fulfill Elizabeth's dream. I'm sure Beta told you that there's a build of the Apollo database on board our ship. A complete collection of human knowledge. With that and Gaia, we could do everything Elizabeth wanted. Heal the biosphere, educate the people of this world, uplift them. Create the world she imagined.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. From what I've seen, your friends are invincible.
I do wish you would stop calling them my friends. And they're not invincible. In fact, a friend of yours has found a way to defeat them.
Silence.
Oh, he's been a busy bee, building an army powerful enough to crash through Gerard's precious base.
Regala and her rebels.
Even now, she's preparing a final march on the Tenakth capital. When she wins, she'll have the entire tribe under her control. Hundreds of warriors and machines to throw at the base. She's been duped. They'll all perish, of course. But it should be enough to break Gerard's defenses and allow Silence to kill him. Along with all the others.
Using the new weapon he's developed.
Yes, he's found a way to circumvent our shields. Truly an exceptional man. He's planned for everything. Except you and me. You see, while his army is battering down Gerard's doors, you and I will sneak in through a back way. One that only I know about. while Silence and my friends are busy battling each other, we'll take back Beta and Gaia. I told you I want to help you. I mean it.
You said Beta is not in urgent danger, so what are the Zeniths doing to her?
Putting her to work. Merging Hephaestus with Gaia. A difficult, time-consuming task, as I'm sure you know. They will compel her if need be, but her life is not in danger. She's the only one who can do it.
Because you people made her to be nothing but a tool.
Gerard's idea, not mine. They always viewed me with suspicion when I attempted any form of kindness towards her. That's why I created the data channel. A virtual place where we could speak in peace.
So this channel you shared with Beta, none of the other Zeniths ever found out about it.
Gerard believes he's the most cunning of all of us. Even after 1,000 years, he still can't imagine that I would outwit him. The channel allowed me to interact with Beta away from their mistrustful eyes. It offered us a chance to be ourselves.
Until you cut off all contact.
Yes, though it pained me. I was worried that our meetings would do her more harm than good.
She felt like you tossed her aside.
I was afraid the others would find out and punish her. She may not have had the comforts of friendship anymore, but at least I ensured she was safe. I know it seems harsh, but you must believe that her well-being has always been paramount to me.
Why did you make the data channel look like this place?
I built this house as a shelter to weather any storm. A safe place. Not just for me, but for the art stored below. Cultural artifacts of incalculable value. Truly some of the greatest achievements of human civilization.
And you wanted Beta to see them?
Yes. Her upbringing was so cold and technical. I thought if she could experience Vermeer and Rembrandt, it would bring something else into her life. A heritage every bit as valuable as the scientific and technical data being drummed into her. I'm sorry I had to cut off contact, but I'll never regret sharing this house with her. She needed its shelter even more than I did.
My old focus. How did you find it, let alone repair it?
When we encountered you at the Hades Proving Lab, Gerard saw you as a redundancy. I knew better. You were a revelation. After your dramatic escape, bravo, by the way. Gerard and Eric assumed you were dead and gave up the hunt. I wasn't so sure. When the others were busy, I returned to the lab and searched for any trace of you. That's when I found this little treasure. Not easy to repair, but certainly worth the effort. As I watched your life unfold, you were like a splash of color on a worn canvas. What Liz was, and more.
Did you show it to the others?
Of course not. It was your actions that inspired me to defy them. It's worth noting that if I hadn't found it and watched its contents, I wouldn't have known to save you at the cauldron. You'd be dead.
So I should be grateful?
If you like.
So you know all about me. What about you?
What would you like to know?
Well, start with your life on Earth.
When I was 8, terrorists flooded my home city. Thousands drowned, my parents included. I was one of the few who survived. My guardian sent me to boarding school. Among my peers, I was the strange girl, the orphan to be avoided. All because of circumstances beyond my control.
Oh. So we're a lot alike, huh?
Aren't we? You were an outcast. But you didn't let that stop you from getting what you needed. Neither did I. I climbed my way out of desolation and used my wits to build a fortune. First, from the technical analysis of art and the detection of forgeries. Profitable expertise in those days. But as it turned out, the software I developed was even more useful for counterintelligence. From there, it was only a short step to gathering extremely valuable intelligence on my own.
You were a spy?
More like a service one could turn to for information. I had to remain anonymous, of course, to protect my privacy. But despite that anonymity, Far Zenith inevitably sought me out.
What happened when Far Zenith approached you?
They painted an irresistible vision of humanity's future. One where we need not fear illness or death, where we explored the furthest reaches of the stars and thrived. It was only later that I realized that they only intended to bequeath this future to the rich and powerful. By the time I finally figured it out, the walls were closing in, Pharaoh's machines were devouring the Earth. So I accepted Far Zenith's invitation to a berth on the Odyssey. I wanted Liz to come, but she had nobler plans, as you well know.
So you didn't know the other Zeniths were monsters until it was too late?
I knew some of them were, certainly. It wasn't until we were off-planet that I understood the true scope of their greed. I was grateful to simply be alive, but the others became obsessed with a kind of effortless immortality. They built a colony where machines serviced their every need, where any memory or fantasy could be endlessly savored in virtual reality. It wasn't life. It was stultifying, a pampered dream state. As the decades passed, I withdrew more and more, alone yet again, but this time with eons to consider my mistakes. Now finally, having met you, I feel like I have a second chance.
To do what?
Help you, of course. To fulfill Liz's dream, which isn't so different from Far Zenith's original vision. A better future for humanity.
Beta told me your colony was destroyed. That you came back to Earth because you had nowhere else to go.
It's true. After we reached our destination, a planet in the Sirius star system, we spent decades building a new home. The physical constraints of Earth, the boundaries of mortality, gone. To think of what we could have done with it. It might have been a utopia. Instead, we stagnated, absorbed in effortless comforts and virtual realities. It took a cataclysm to finally yank us out of our stupor.
What happened?
A massive geological event. We knew of instabilities in the planet core, but we underestimated them. By the time the collapse was upon us, it was too late to stop it. Only a few of us made it to the ship in time. We set course for Earth, the only safe harbor left to us.
Which you decided to make unsafe for anyone else.
Not me. Gerard. He believes it's better to wipe the canvas clean than work around the smudges. No more primitive tribes, no more combat machines, only a blank slate to do with as he pleases. But we will stop him. All we have to do is get into that base.
What exactly is your plan to sneak into the Zenith base?
We will make use of a lesson I learned from an early age. Always know your exits. In this case, a place where Gerard's new construction meets the ancient foundation, a passage that only I can access. When Silence flings his army at the base, we will enter through this back door, bypassing most of the fighting. The distraction will provide us with a window in which to rescue Beta and Gaia.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here, in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the Alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
Once we're inside the base, where will we find Beta and Gaia?
Here, in the command center. By then, Gaia will have been reunited with all of its subordinate functions, including Hephaestus.
What about the Alpha build of Apollo on your ship?
A simple matter of recovery once the others have been dealt with. With that in hand, we'll have everything we need to make this world as it should be.
How do you know about Silence's plan?
He isn't the only one adept at spyware.
You hacked his focus?
No, he's too careful for that. But his subordinates? Not so much. He gave additional focuses to the tribals he branded the Sons of Prometheus.
The ones working with Regala.
By tapping their focuses, I learned about most of his dealings. The distribution of override technology, the arming of Tanakh rebels,
Hello,
and the
Busty.
secret pact
Bestic.
with Regala to attack
Lovely, how are you?
Gerard's base.
But how did he come up with a weapon that can take down your shields?
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out, but however he did it, I'm quite certain it will work. With it and the Tanakh army, victory seems to be within his grasp. Such a shame he'll be disappointed.
Regala's only interested in killing Hikaru and waging war on the Karja. What does she have to gain by attacking Zeniths?
It's the price she must pay for her war. Without the ability to override machines, her little rebellion would have languished in the desert.
So she trades with the Sons of Prometheus. Machines to help her overthrow Hikaru.
In exchange for an assault on the base. Pride has deluded her into thinking she can actually survive such a battle. And all without ever knowing who the Sons of Prometheus really answer to. Yet for all of Silence's brilliance, still he underestimates you. That blind spot is what will allow us to take Beta and Gaia right out from under him.
While hundreds of Tanakh are cut down outside. So you knew Elizabeth. What was she like?
Liz was everything she was. I see in you. And more. Your ingenuity, your determination, your moral compass. You've managed to distill her greatest qualities and make them your own.
I'm not asking about me. Tell me about Elizabeth. What was she really like?
The honest answer is that I don't actually know. For all the time that I spent with her, she always kept a part of herself locked away. It was like that from the moment we met.
So when you met Elizabeth, she was what? Distant? Aloof?
Not aloof. Not exactly. It was a summit in Paris about machine learning. A touchy subject in those days. Because regulatory authorities were just starting to clamp down on AIs. Liz gave the keynote address. She had already achieved great renown for her work in automated environmental reclamation. But in her address, she was just starting to imagine the next step. An AI-driven system that wouldn't just act on its programming, but actually take responsibility for its sphere of influence.
To care about life. Not just follow orders.
Revolutionary stuff. I was fascinated. And I wanted to meet her for a long time. I watched her after her talk. She had spoken with such moral authority, such empathy. But after that, she retreated. I could tell she felt uncomfortable with all of her admirers. It was as if giving the talk had cost her something. I didn't want to be a pest, so I planned my approach carefully.
So how did you finally approach Elizabeth after her talk?
I picked the right moment. The morning of the next day, right as she came back to the conference, she had just had her coffee. She was fresh, rested. It was like she had braced herself for the onslaught of colleagues. I asked if I could walk with her, then put forth a question about her talk that I thought was intelligent. Her answer made me realize it wasn't. But she was very welcoming. Almost as if we were previously acquainted. It was only halfway through the conversation that I realized she knew exactly who I was. It was quite a shock to me. My business was trafficking in secrets, and I took great pains to protect my anonymity. So that was Liz, perpetually one step ahead. I came to view our meeting as a metaphor for our friendship. She always seemed to know me far better than I knew her.
I guess I know the feeling.
All right.
First Varl. Now Hikaru and the Tenakth. Your plan would wipe out an entire tribe. There has to be another way.
We are in an admittedly desperate situation, but I assure you there isn't. Remember Zero Dawn. Elizabeth's sacrifice. Sometimes many have to die for a new world to grow.
If it looks impossible, look deeper. Wait. The data channel. It still exists, doesn't it? I need you to open it. Let me talk to Beta.
Impossible. We might be detected.
It's worth the risk. There is another way, one where the Tenakth survive.
But we won't. If the others...
If you want to help, open it.
Beta.
What are they doing to her?
Virtual reality dissociation. The manual merge of Hephaestus will take hours upon hours of tedious micromanagement. If she resists the work, they run simulations to induce feelings of isolation and despair.
Beta, can you hear me?
You're alive. They're watching me. I can't hold up this extra protection for long. You should have killed me.
No. No, look at me. I'm coming for you. I promise. Okay? I just need you to hold out a little while longer and work on the merge.
Chair.
Then I think it can be done.
I'll contact again when it's time. Can you hold on?
As long as I know you're coming for me, I can endure anything.
All right. I did as you asked. Now I think you need to tell me what you're planning.
I'm going to take Silent's army away. I don't need it. Only the weapon he made to penetrate your shields.
And how do you propose to get it? Ask him nicely?
Without Regala and her rebels, he won't have a choice. We'll be his only option.
Only option for what? What did you tell her?
That is between me and my sister. Will be Sylens' only option for crashing that base. I'll tell you the rest later. But first, there are a couple of things I have to do.
Oh. And what are those?
Lay my friend to rest. And then I'm going to use the override that Beta gave me at Gemini to put an end to Regala's rebellion. From the air.
Wait. Since you insist on doing things your way, I know of something that will truly help you make a grand entrance with the Tenakth. The ancient Horus Titans still possess electromagnetic energy cells as part of their arsenal. Drop one of those on Regala's army and they'll receive quite a surprise. So go, do what you must. I'll come to your base if you manage to bring Sylens to the table.
Not if. When. Erend, are you there?
Aloy! Aloy, is that really you?
Yeah, it's me. Where's everyone else?
We're all... we're back at base. What happened?
It might be easier to explain in person. I'll try to join you there when I can.
Okay. We'll wait here for you. It's good to hear your voice, Aloy.
This is... I've actually been around here before. I just... guess I didn't come up to this spot. Mansion. Neat.
Just to let you know, I'm now patched into your focus network.
Great. I take it the other Zeniths can't hear us?
Of course not. And they don't know about your base either, in case you were wondering. I've sent you data on the Horus energy cells you can use against Regala's forces. Reach out to me when you're ready to acquire one.
Understood.
I don't know what the question mark is. Alright, well. We can come up here another time, I suppose. Weird. Don't know what this unknown is. Let's see, maybe we can scan.
use acid against it.
Ah, it's a flower. Totally. Get down there. Booyah. Cool. Got it. I gotta use the restroom. All right. All right. So, back to the base.
There's the snow.
When you're wounded, you have to strike back. Draw blood.
Hey! Can't I get one damn minute to mourn my friend?
Regala is going to slaughter my tribe to overthrow Hikaru. The Zeniths have Beta and Gaia. We can't sit around wallowing in our losses.
Kotalo's right. We must fight.
Oh, all right. So what are we gonna do, huh? Take on all of Regala's rebels?
Not to mention the Zeniths. What can we even do? Throw ourselves at their base?
Something like that. So...
After we lost contact with you, we regrouped and went to Gemini. What happened? The recording we found on Varl's focus cut off when that Zenith, Eric...
The Zeniths were tracking Hephaestus. When Gaia trapped it in Gemini, they knew where we were. After Varl tried to stop them. They took Beta and Gaia. I only survived because one of the Zeniths turned against the others to save me.
One of them? Well, At least we didn't lose you too. So what do we do now?
We're going to defeat the Zeniths. And get Beta and Gaia back. But first, we're going to stop Regala.
How?
Back in Gemini, Beta gave me a gift. There's something I need to do first to make it work, but it could put an end to the bloodshed.
Word is, Regala's readying her army for an all-out assault on the Grove. I need to be there.
I know. Go. Stand with Hikaru. And keep an eye on the sky.
Strike true as the 10.
The rest of you, whatever preparations you need to make, upgrades, resupplies, get on it. It won't be long before we take the fight to the Zeniths.
We'll be ready, Aloy. And when you're ready, meet me outside the east exit. I'd like to have a word in private.
Even when things are darkest, you're the flame that lights the way forward.
Just tell me one thing. Am I gonna get to smash up a bunch of Zenith bastards?
We all are.
Good.
Before I do anything else, I should check on Zoe. It sounded important.
Nice.
It's all going to be okay. We can't give up now.
Some of these are on. Zoe's is on hold for the moment.
Over here, Aloy. We would come out here to tend to the garden. Sometimes I needed fresh air. Other times we would simply sit and watch the sunrise. So when we returned from Gemini, it seemed fitting that he be laid to rest here. Now he can always look out at Plainsong and further east to the Nora Sacred Lands.
He would have liked that.
He often spoke of his sister, Vala. He said she used to gather her favorite golden blooms and tie them to her spear. Their mother called it useless, but Vala was stubborn.
Yeah, she seemed like that.
It wasn't easy. But I tracked down the flower. Gathered its seeds. As verdant limbs wither, roots rot in snow, still the sea rises as certain as stone. From death follows new life. So it is with the land. And so it is with us. I'm with child, was going to tell him when he got back from Gemini. Instead, one day, I'll bring our child here. We'll sit among the blooms and watch the sunrise.
I never got to tell him. To thank him. For saving my life, sure, but also for not giving up on me.
He always knew.
Goodbye, Varl. I promise to look after them.
Rest in peace,
I'll
Varl.
try to visit again when I can. But for now, I need to go to the fabrication terminal to install the new override on my spear. Then I'll use it on a sunwing and get ready for an entrance Regala will never forget.
What? Alright, now her mission's available again. Okay, I'll do Zoe's mission with Zoe.
This is where Zoe said we'd find the Grimhorns she needs parts from to heal Plainsong's land gods. I should let her know I'm here.
Just a moment. Okay.
Hey, Zoe. I'm near the Grimhorn site. Can you join me?
I'll be there soon.
Aloy, I'm glad we can do this together. The Grimhorns we're looking for should be just to the north.
Let's go get those control cores.
Helping her village.
Thank you again for helping me.
Agricultural machines
If this
back to
works,
working. Yeah.
if we can heal the land gods, it will end a generation of suffering for my people.
How do you think Fane and the chorus will take it? They seem to think the tribe's extinction is inevitable.
I've had my disagreements with them, but I'd like to see they'll be happy to be wrong on this.
Kill the machines. Okay. There's a lot of them. It's a good bit.
I'll keep a lookout.
But pretty high level at this point. I think we can do this. We can do this. Go away, bird.
Let's do this thing.
Yes. Oh, good. Did I miss? Good, get done. Almost. Alright. Here next. Good.
I can keep going.
Yeah. I see, no! Okay. You're done. Acid. Here's some acid. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Silence.
It's over. We did it.
Good.
You okay?
Of it, we've got the control cores. I can take them from here.
Yeah.
Two control cores as requested.
Thank you. Gaia showed me a way to scan them and take what we need to update the reboot code. I'll head back to base and get started.
Cool.
When I was a child, there was always enough to eat. The land gods provided for us, and every season we celebrated them. My happiest memories come from those times. Do you really think we can bring them back?
We'll make it happen.
Thank you, Aloy.
So we'll probably sort through those cores in no time. I should check up on her when I get the chance.
Skills. back to base. Just a moment. All right. I could use a workbench.
Yeah.
Yonch. Weapon upgrades. Alright, what else can I upgrade? Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm using the better versions of these, so sadly, I can't. Yeah, I can't upgrade them. Or I shouldn't, rather, it'd be a waste of resources. Sunwing override. That's awesome. Sky Drifter. Very nice. Ain't that nice? Great.
Override installed. Now to find a sunwing. I think there are some roosting at the top of the mountain.
Hey, Joe.
Think you can manage things here while I go help Hikaru?
Stopping Regala's war. It'll help us take the fight to the Zeniths?
Yes.
Then I'll make sure the rest of us are ready upon your return.
Okay.
Oh, before I forget, I'd like to discuss the land gods again, if you have time.
Let's do it.
Any progress with your plan for the land gods? Is the reboot code ready?
It is. But there is difficult work ahead. Gaia warned me that because the land gods are linked together in a network, the code must be delivered to all of them. Most are in Plainsong, but in recent years, 3 of them wandered off. So, T,
I
and
found
Do.
some.
We have to find them?
No, we know where they are, but they're hard to reach. So, wandered into a lake and sank. Do ventured into a dangerous canyon,
Found that
and
one.
T broke down amidst a herd of
I
machines.
think I found that one too, but not
Okay.
the lake one.
Tell you what. You go to Plainsong, handle all the land gods there. I'll take care of So, T, and Do. I'll need their locations, plus the reboot code.
I'm sending the data to you now. My people made shrines near where each land god faltered. When you see them, you'll know you're close. And once again, thanks for your help.
We're not gonna let your people starve, So. I promise.
So there's Re, Mi, Fa, So, and La. Probably.
I need to get going.
Whatever you plan on doing against Regala, you better return to us in one piece.
I'll try.
Going the wrong way. Green door is what we want. That gets us the freebies.
Maybe I should take one more look around before I go. See if there's anything else interesting.
For him and plain song. Ancient supply box. Now whatever. Up there. Yep, found this one yesterday. Hello, buddy.
This'll help you get better.
All better. All better. Makes sense that they'd all be in the vicinity of Plainsong. Yeah.
I'm still getting a signal from my focus.
Weapons. Don't need to have this on me or this one. There. Too many repeats.
Stuff for the stash.
Speaking of stash. Get some more berries. There we go. We good. To the west.
There's the land god. But I'll have to deal with those machines before I install the reboot code.
I went past it. Genius, genius, genius.
Two dead Utaru. And a land god shrine. I guess they were leaving offerings to the land god. It looks like something fried them. Whatever did it might still be around.
Dang it.
I can turn this around. Feeling better. Think that's all the machines? Time to install this code on that land god.
There it is.
Uh-oh. Stormbird. Must have been what killed those Utaru.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get this code installed on that land.
Rough and tumble.
Let's try this again. Nice and easy.
All right.
Another land god dealt with. Hey, Zoe?
Aloy, how goes it?
I found T and installed the reboot code.
Fitting then that I feel thankful. T's festival came in winter, when all the grain from the harvest was stored away. It was a season of gratitude, and all the children would receive gifts. The best was my first bow, made of yew, strung by my father.
Christmas.
Well, he definitely taught you how to shoot well.
That he did.
There's one more thing. I found 2 of your people. A Stormbird got them, but I took it down.
Oh. I'll make sure someone retrieves their seed pouches, so they may return to the land.
How are things on your end?
Getting there. A few land gods to visit still.
Okay. I'll call you when I'm done with the last one.
Thank you, Aloy.
Right over there.
There. One of the land god shrines. Zoe said this one sank in a nearby lake. The land god must be down there somewhere.
Swim. There it is.
I think the land god is underneath that river.
The gator.
This should help I get back on track.
Very nice. Is okay.
That's the last land god. Zoe, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Aloy.
Had to swim a bit, but I gave the reboot code to Zoe.
Ah, good. We used to celebrate so in the fall.
We didn't get the
at the
one
beginning
for
of the harvest,
the other one.
with wine made from elderflowers.
Bummer.
When I was 12, I got tipsy on it and kissed a boy in the sage garden.
How'd that go?
He was so surprised he nearly fell into the mulch. It would be good to see So again, plowing the fields in the afternoon sun. When you can, meet me at Plainsong and we'll send out the reboot signal. I've delivered the code to all the land gods, save one. Only La is left. I'm here with her, just east of the main village.
There she is.
Okay, I'll get there as soon as I can.
Zoe's back.
Aloy, you made it.
La.
All of the land gods have been updated. Now to send out the reboot signal.
Send out the bleep bloop signal.
What does this mean? A new beginning. Gaia told me this would happen. To all of them. Do, Ti, So, and the rest. She called it a reboot sequence. But I didn't think it would be so beautiful. Soon the land gods will return to tilling the soil as they once did.
Zoe, the chorus wants a word.
Of course they do.
Do you want me to come?
No need. I'll just tell them that our lands will soon bloom again. Who are they to argue? Find me later, and I'll tell you how it went.
Good luck.
Well, alrighty. Oh, yay! I love it. Pretty goosebumps. Cool. Finished that. Finished that. Well, she did say to come find her later, so let's check out in the base.
May we speak?
Yes.
You're back. Good. Before we talk, I wanted to give you this. For helping me heal the land gods. Plainsong is in your debt.
Thank you, Zoe.
You deserve much more for all you've done. May the land always bloom in your steps.
And yours? I should head out.
Good luck.
Utaru Warden. I think that's some armor. Neat. Oh, that we need it. I know Alva also had a quest. And Tanala. Yeah, or Talana. Let's go ahead and do Talana's. Kind of been putting that one off a while. Critical hit chance. Yeah, okay. Heck yeah. Hmm. 100 and 120 compared to 126. Okay. This one's still better. I think. Yeah, that's good. Corroding chance. Acid, yeah. Damage dealt while falling or sliding. Impact of explosive damage against enemies in a burning state. That might be good for the spear. For the throwing spear. The throwing spear. Yeah. 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 Good. That one's also very good. Sure. Be good. All right.
Honor and strength. You're no strike true as the 10.
Do we have any on our armor? No.
Welcome, warrior.
Good day,
Stand strong.
Where are you? Oh, you're over there.
You're far from home. You can rest your feet and blade here.
Thorn Marsh. Quite a sight, isn't it? Never thought I'd find myself this deep in Tanakh territory.
Have you run into any trouble?
I've been keeping my head down. Had to duck into the swamps a couple of times to avoid Tanakh patrols.
Well, I'm here now, so spill it. Who is Amatis, really?
Like I said before, he helped me put a stop to a hunter-killer machine out in the wilds. At first, he thought I was just another hunter from the lodge who only cared about the biggest machine trophy. And I thought he was just a grouchy hermit living in the woods. But then he trusted me with the truth. Told me how the Red Raids took everything from him. Seeing that side of him, I don't know, changed things.
You love him, don't you?
I think I might, yeah.
Then why did you part ways?
When he told me how he failed to save the woman from his past, I told him how I made peace with my father and brother's deaths. He realized he needed to do the same on his own.
Wait. When we searched that Red Raid's battlefield together, you said he'd lost someone close to him there. I thought you meant a fellow soldier.
Who she was. Women aren't allowed to serve in the Karja army, but Nessa disguised herself so she could. Amatis kept her secret. When he left to come out west, he promised he'd send word that he was all right, but his letter never came.
So you set out to find him.
And when we do, I'll have words for him for leading us on this wild goose chase.
Well, at least I kind of understand now. Amatis thought Nessa died on the battlefield, but when he learned that the Tanakh took prisoners back west, he kept going. So I guess now we find this prison, the Rot.
I did some scouting while I was waiting. I think I might have found the way.
Lead on then. Do you think Nessa might still be alive?
see, if we're going that way, then...
I doubt it. Any Carja prisoners from the Red Raids would have been killed or returned home by now.
Then what's Amatis after?
I think he just needs to know.
Ha! Over here, you flaming hunk of scrap!
That's him! That fireclaw's right on his heels.
He's no match for the lone. Come on!
Got you!
We got your back! There we go! That'll work!
That must be your Nora friend, Aloy?
Yeah,
You're as fierce a fighter as ever.
and you're still adept with your traps.
Talana,
You were supposed to let me know you were okay.
I was going to send the message right after I crossed into the desert with an Oseram caravan. But when it became clear that the tunnel had collapsed behind us, I figured the only thing I could do was press on. Seeing as you found a way out here, however, clearly I was wrong. I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted was to worry you.
So, you must be Amatis.
And you must be Aloy. Talana's told me a lot about you. And I guess you must know about me.
A little. We know you're headed for the rot. But what are you hoping to find there?
A clue. Or a shred of one. Anything about Nessa's fate. Maybe she died on the battlefield. Or maybe she wasted away in that prison. Either way, I have to know.
Talana told me about you and Nessa during the Red Raids. That you kept her secret.
We were both assigned to the Southern Spear Division. Our orders were to push into Tanuk territory through the tunnel. She was proud to serve the Sundom at first. But as the atrocities mounted, we both saw the raids for what they were.
And the two of you grew close?
We did what we could to protect innocent lives. It felt like we were the only ones who objected to the slaughter. And yes, we were close. Until the Battle of the Burning Blooms.
What happened at the Battle of the Burning Blooms?
I had intel that the Tanuk forces were greater than we had anticipated. I tried to convince my commander to halt the attack. He was a drunken lout. And when I threatened to reveal his incompetence to Carja High Command, he pulled a knife on me. So I killed him.
In self-defense.
It was still murder. I was condemned. But I thought at least I could still save Nessa. I was too late. By the time I got to the battle, the fields were already burning. Our soldiers slaughtered or missing. What's more, the commander I had killed was from a powerful noble house. They put a bounty on my head. I've been on the run ever since.
But The red rates are long over. Sun King Avad would pardon you if he knew...
The Sun King can't help me.
A pardon from Avad won't stop bounty hunters eager to claim their prize.
So, you and Talana, sounds like the two of you had an adventure out in the wilds.
Claw Striders, a hunter-killer, mercenaries, a shell snapper. Nothing could get in their way.
A scruffy hermit in the woods certainly tried.
That was foolish of him, in hindsight.
Well, we're here now, so let's head to the rot.
I can't ask you to come with me. I feel bad enough you've come this far.
I didn't come all this way just to leave you now. We'll see this through together.
I know better than to try to talk you out of it. Come then. The rot's not far. The rot's along the shore, but we'll have to stick to the woods to avoid being seen.
How did you find it?
I overheard a Tanuk patrol from the nearby village talking about it. Figured it out from there. Wait, Talana! You seem to have lost your friend.
What? No, we haven't. She's right here.
There it is. The rot.
Those are Regala's rebels. They're waging civil war against the rest of the Tanakh. They must have taken over the prison.
And they would have killed any of the guards. They were my last hope of finding out if Nessa was there.
Maybe not. There might still be some clue inside.
Even after all this time?
Aloy can see much more than you or I.
And let's do it. Any scrap of hope is better than nothing.
We'll have to find another way in. The front gate looks impenetrable.
And there's no way we're scaling those walls.
You two stay here. I'll see if I can find another way in and get that gate open. I should check around the sides. Might be a way in from the water.
Yeah. There's a spot, maybe? Who knows?
Gotta get to the main gate to let Talana into Madison.
That works. Okay.
Don't know what exactly, but I've got my eyes open.
Okay. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Ooh. Big feller.
We must remain vigilant. Could do with a wash. Still covered in grime from the last fight.
Nice! Yes!
If I can get the main gate open.
Her movement's so good!
Where the heck are you? Oh, right there.
You shoot you! Follow me!
Come on. There it is.
Open fire!
Let us out!
As soon as the coast is clear.
Try!
Let's see what I can do with this.
I did just upgrade my movement, right? With these weapons, and might as well upgrade the damage I can do. Which one is that? This one? More damage. Damage. I swear. There's like only one guy left. You have been smoothened. Muted. Smitten. There he is. I see another ones. Open the gates. Storm the gates. There's someone. Okay, so it keeps going. There you go.
Gates open. Let's go.
Rebels.
I don't see them.
May the sun mark my arrow.
Now!
You got it.
I'll take you down!
There you go.
End of the line, Outlanders.
That device is gonna call a machine.
All right. Swift. Ah, it's still cold, huh? Yeah, see.
Think you can dodge my arrow? Come on, Aloy. Join the fight.
Lightning. This is in lightning.
Come on, Aloy. Give it to him. Here, Aloy.
Ouch. Nice. Reload. Reload. coming up with this one. Those weak points good. You're done, Nessie.
All right. I think that's the end of it.
Nessie, quick. Nessie,
Hear
quick.
that?
Nessie, quick. Oh, yes. Well, that's 4 more points, so that means... yeah. Max damage with heavy weapons. Good. Good stuff.
Here. Door's locked, but that last rebel had a key on it.
Freed by Karja? Have we not been humiliated enough?
It's not their fault you were locked up in your own prison.
I'm looking for information about a Karja soldier. She might have been a prisoner here 5 years back. Her name was Nessa.
The Karja Nessa was here. I killed her myself.
Nessa.
I'll handle this. Go secure the grounds.
It's you, isn't it? Nessa, how?
It's
Why?
Rataka.
Let me get this straight. You were Nessa. You were brought here as a prisoner during the Red Raids and then became Tenakth?
The Karja forbid women from military service. I lived my life pretending, ashamed of who I really was. But the Tenakth measure a soldier only by their strength and resolve. So I took my place among them.
Nessa. Rataka. I've mourned you for 5 years. Why didn't you let me know you were alive?
I had a new life. I wasn't going back. Not even for you, Amadis.
The way Amadis talked about your time together, I thought you'd still care about him.
It was 5 years ago.
I didn't abandon you. Before the battle, I tried to get Godiah to call off the attack, but of course, he didn't listen. I ended up killing him.
Then he got what he deserved.
I ran for the battlefield to find you. But you were already gone by the time I got there.
I didn't know. But even if I did, I mourned you, and then I moved on.
So if you became Tenakth, how did you end up as a prisoner here again?
My squad was ordered to retake the Rot from Regala's rebels. We failed.
Considering how much Regala seems to hate the Karja, I'm surprised her rebels let you live.
You're right. I'd be dead if they knew. But few Tenakth remember who I once was.
If you were brought here as a prisoner, how did you become Tenakth?
I knew it was only a matter of time before the Tenakth killed me and the others who were held captive. But one day, one of their soldiers stopped in front of my cell, asked how a woman had ended up fighting for the Mad Sun King. As he spoke, I realized he was once Karja.
Vashav.
I heard how he fell at the embassy. He deserved a better death than that. The other prisoners he condemned to death, but he convinced the Tenakth to let me fight for my life. I won through blood and blade. I became Rataka and never looked back.
You were willing to wear a disguise so that you could serve in the Karja army. Do you miss being Karja at all?
No. The Red Raids showed me there was no honor in fighting for the Karja. And when my comrades and I were brought here as prisoners, we knew no one would ever come for us.
I would have, had I known.
It's better this way. Beneath my Karja armor, I found I had the blood of a Tenakth.
What will you do now?
You've taken back the Rot. My squad will ensure it stays that way.
So this is it? After everything we've been through, this is goodbye.
It has to be. My place will always be here, and yours is back east. I'm sorry that you've suffered. You deserve better than how the last 5 years have treated you. I'll make sure you're granted safe passage out of the lowland. Consider it Nessa's final farewell.
At least now you know the truth.
Somehow it hurts worse. He must think I'm an idiot.
No, I just think you have a lot to figure out. I'll take you back east to the Sendem. After that, I don't know.
Talana, I understand. I'm sorry it came to this.
Me too. Give me an Aloy a moment.
Are you alright?
To be honest, no.
What's gonna happen between you two?
I'm not sure. He clearly has a lot more feelings to sort through. And I won't be anyone's second choice. I want you to have this. For seeing this through with me. No hawk could ask for a better thrush. Or a better friend.
So, I guess this is it then. You're heading back east.
I think I'll hang around Barren Light for a while, before returning to Meridian. If you find yourself back that way, look for me there.
I will. Safe travels, Talana.
Maybe I'll go see her. Lightning Hunter bow. Neato.
Maybe I should check in with her the next time I'm at Barren Light. Seems like she could use a shoulder to lean on.
Talana.
No one wants to play some Strike?
Where are you, Talana? Yeah, it's not her.
Hard your arm. Protect. Huh. Welcome to the last footprint of proper civilization. Bombs and Earth, here for safe. Looking for a real challenge?
Looking for Talana. Where could she be? Hey! Hey!
Let's play some Machine Strike. Come on, then.
Come on, where is she?
Can I help you?
Alright, I'm just gonna have to look it up. Heck. Where you at, girl? Oh, so she was up there. Okay. Hold on.
Still waiting.
For what?
You know.
For a decent meal, a warm bath, a gentle hug.
An apology.
She
For
should
doing
be
my
like
job.
right here.
For keeping me locked up when I was innocent.
Oh,
Weird.
that. I'm sorry,
Yeah?
but I'm not going to apologize.
Weird.
Oh,
Yeah.
I knew you were gonna do that.
Pretty sure, yeah. According to this video, she's supposed to be parked right in this spot. Very strange. Maybe I have to wait for a second or something. Let some time pass. Weird. Nowhere to sit. Let me sit.
I've got boards ready to go if anyone wants to play some strike.
No, I just want to sit. Well, whatever. Bin Legacy. Alba's Quest. Weird. Okay.
Could you spare a moment?
Hey, Alva? I'm in landfall. Can you meet me here?
I'll be there as soon as I can.
Aloy! I'm here. Had to sneak past a few machines on the way, but I made it.
All right. Ready to talk to that diviner?
Yes. He's right over there.
Diviner Alva, what are you doing back in Landfall? And with the living ancestor?
We're looking for the At-Bay Research Center, where Leviathan was developed.
Oh.
The legacy tells us it's somewhere in the city.
Alva mentioned you've been collecting data in the area. Do you know where it is?
Yes, I stumbled across it, but there was no data there, only crumbling ruins.
Tell us anyway. We might be able to find something you missed.
Please, don't trouble yourself. I
Trying to
assure
keep us
you,
away, huh?
our search was very thorough.
You're hiding something.
What? That is absurd. A diviner must only speak truth, as you're well aware.
Oh, you're worried you found something dangerous? Something compromising on Eileen Sasaki?
Keep your voice down.
Look, I get it, Nirik. You want to make it back to your family, so it's safer to turn a blind eye. But think of Leviathan. How it could help everyone. Isn't that why we're here? Don't let fear deny us that.
Very well. The facility's just south of here, along the shore. But even if you find a way to fix Leviathan, it's sure to be shrouded in that which is forbidden.
Too often the truth is forbidden. Come on, let's go.
Cool. BRB. Got me some pistachios.
Not bad with that diviner back there. We've come a long way since we first met.
And Nirik's like I used to be, terrified of a misstep. And with the overseers, he has every right to be. But what I've seen and learned since the greenhouse, it's so much more than what we're permitted. Diviners are supposed to seek the truth, and yet so much is kept from us. I'm tired of it. That should be the facility ahead.
Right. That was cool. That was a cool transition.
Oh, we need to find a way in.
Oh, look. Convenient supply cache of all the things we need.
Up here. Well, Neric wasn't lying about crumbling ruins, at least. Let's look around.
Aloy, why is the ground shaking?
That's not good, whatever it is.
Whoa, that thing is huge!
Oh, wow.
We'll have to take it out if we want to find that data.
Okay. I'm with you.
Okay. Plasma. Kind of immune to that, huh? Yeah, man. Thanks, Alva. I don't know what you're doing, but... Hey, bestie. No, I am sorry. When you first came around, I was reading something on this screen. I didn't see your messages. How's your day going? Oh, good. All right so far.
Down it goes.
Whew. Well, I'm gonna have nightmares tonight.
We should be able to look around for that data now.
All right, there we go. Good.
I'm still getting a signal from my focus.
Treasure. Yeah. More treasure. Oh, you're welcome.
Not getting in this way.
Might have collapsed when that Slither Fang came in.
You wouldn't get this from any other guy. Huh. Can't squeeze through that.
I see a light up in that ruin.
Yeah.
Could be data up there. But how to reach it?
Yes. The other side. Maybe through that hole. Maybe. Let me in. Let me in the hole. Nope. Well.
Oh, I'll stay here. That looks a little iffy to me.
That's fine, Alva. Yay. It's April. We had to do a couple silly ones.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to follow you there.
It's fine, Alva. I just need to know how to get there. Not seeing any place to climb up, and unless it messed up the first time, I don't think I'm getting through this hole. Nah. Weird. Oh, yay. That's awesome. Very cool. Another hole that I can't get through. Huh. Weird. Alright, let's see. Ah, there we go. Kinda. Well, that's an exit. Alright, well, we know how we're gonna get out. At least there's that.
I might be able to kick that vent open.
Sure, but not from this side. Oh, yes I can.
Here.
It's a
After
kickable
you.
one, not a pullable one.
Time for a swim.
At least the water's not freezing.
Yay.
Look at this place. I always try to imagine what it must have been like back when the old ones were here.
Less of a climb, I bet. Come on, let's find that light we saw earlier.
I'll wait here. Don't think I can manage that.
Huh.
You okay?
On every expedition, the soldiers would lay down walkways and barriers first to protect us diviners. But this is actually kind of fun.
There.
Oh, I'll stay
A
here.
console.
That looks, must have been what Neric found.
Let's see if it has anything.
Very cool.
Data on Leviathan isn't here, but there's some kind of log.
Delete the database? But Miss Sasaki, when you look at the reports, 3,000 exhibiting symptoms. Over 400 dead. The data's clear. Omarama is contaminating the water supply, promoting bacterial growth. And with Leviathan based on the same architecture...
You're a smart kid. Top of your class, right? My father built this company thanks to world-class talent like you.
Yay!
And you know what
That's
else
so good.
is world-class? Our legal team. So unless you want to spend the rest of your career in some dead-end, underfunded public research institute,
Do you have a
you'll
link?
delete that database and forward
I'd like
all
to check it
data
out
on
sometime.
Leviathan to my office.
Yes, ma'am.
That was her. The ancestor, Eileen Sasaki. Hundreds dead. And she knew their system was to blame, but she had the truth erased. Were all the ancestors like this? Selfish, ruthless, immoral? And yet we hold them up as paragons of enlightenment and virtue. Given what we've learned, I don't even know if Leviathan will work.
Hold on. Let's not give up just yet. You said before that the old ones use Leviathan to control flooding. Which means it probably worked. We'll know more when we find the data on it. The recording mentioned a copy was sent to Eileen's office.
To their corporate headquarters. There. Let's go. It shouldn't take us long to get to the tower.
Lead on.
All right.
So what was that other system the recording mentioned? Omu Ramba?
The legacy tells us it was the predecessor to Leviathan, a system that manipulated floods to bring life to a barren desert.
Gwen seemed to know a lot about this ancestor.
Diviners spent years trying to figure out how to restore Leviathan. We found a lot of data on Eileen Sasaki in the process. Though, now I wonder how much of
Entrance
it
is
is
blocked.
actually true.
Gonna have to find another way in.
The soldiers built a path on the nearby ruin. Might be able to cross over from there.
Lead the way.
I think this is as far as our soldiers got.
We'll have to
I'll stay here until you come back. Don't go too far.
You want me to do? Huh. We gotta climb on the outside of this. Ah, here we go.
Aloy! Let's go find the data on Leviathan. What were you saying before, Aloy?
We'll have to climb higher to get into the tower.
Well, all right then. Have a good night then if you're heading out.
Up we go.
Oops. Well. There we go.
You doing okay, Olva?
Yes. Don't worry about me. How are we going to get across?
Oh, that beam looks promising.
This is a lot higher up than I thought.
Ooh, one of those, huh? Huh. Okay. Phew. Might have explored that one. Yeah. I already got that one.
Glenn talks. Well, we have the element of surprise.
It's not anymore.
Or I can sneak by and, you know, not fall off the tower.
That worked. Need to come down.
There. No more Glinthawks.
I've heard our soldiers say the Glinthawks are the worst.
Glinthawks. She said Glinthawks.
Up this way.
It is spelled that way.
Aloy? Really high off the ground.
So we were in the
You
elevator.
can do it,
shaft.
Alva, okay? Just
Don't
don't
think I
look
can
down.
manage that. Right! Of course! Super easy.
There's the tower.
No,
Should
look,
be able to
she's
cross
suddenly
over.
there.
We are going to have
Aloy!
to jump. I'm okay. There's some more debris first. Okay. Should be able to make it to the other side. Made it. Okay, Alva, your turn.
Right. Yeah. Aloy, can you watch me and make sure I do this right?
Okay.
Come on, Alva, you can do it. It's okay.
Please don't break.
Alva!
I'm okay.
Oh, nice catch.
Wow. That would have been a long way to fall.
All right. Good job.
You sure you're okay?
Yeah. No, I'm fine.
Cool.
Let's keep going.
Huh. This says the code is the month and year the company was founded. Oh, door's locked. Huh. This says the code is the month and year the company was founded.
According to the legacy, it was October 2023.
So the company was founded in October.
Which is the 10th month of the year.
Got it. Alright. Door should be unlocked now. Maybe the data on Leviathan is in here.
Cost reduction strategy. We're talking about people's lives here. I did as you asked on Omuramba, but this is worse.
Relax, Eileen. I've spoken with risk management. They're confident that the chance of another incident is within acceptable parameters. We're moving ahead with Leviathan.
You know, Dad, shortcuts have a way of catching up with you. Within acceptable parameters or not.
Well, one day in the distant future when you're in charge, you can run things how you want. But until then, how about you let me worry about that?
Guess Eileen and her father didn't always get along. But it seems like covering up Omuramba wasn't her idea.
Doesn't matter. She still had a part in it.
Well, let's keep going. Her office must be higher up.
Dead end. There's a ladder in that shaft, but it's blocked.
I might be able to pull the rubber out from the other shaft. Let's see where this leads.
You go on ahead. I'll look for a way up that has a lesser chance of falling to my death.
Okay. Hey,
boy.
Alva?
Okay.
Yes?
There's something I don't get. You said Eileen was the one who built Leviathan, not her father, so what happened?
I'm not sure. The legacy doesn't say. Either that knowledge is lost or forbidden. Or maybe we were wrong about that too.
There it goes. Trying to go up, but I guess I had to press the jump button.
Are you doing okay, Aloy?
Yeah, it's just a long way up.
It seemed almost automatic. Oof. Yeesh. this way, Alva. Oh, come on. No! Ooh. Oh, we got our glider shield. So that's something. A little bit safer. Whoopee. Ooh. Oh, didn't need to do that. Clumsy me. I see, now I see. Right.
Now, how to get up higher?
Hoorah! There we go.
How about you, Alva? Any luck finding a way up?
Not yet.
Goodness. Goodness.
Whew. Well, that's done with.
Nestle goodness. I don't know.
Okay, I'm back at the shafts. If I blow up that fire gleam, the elevator might fall and open up a path for Alva. Hey, Alva? Step away from the shaft.
Okay. Whoa! Oh! I can reach the ladder now! Hey! Be right up, Aloy!
Looks like there's another floor above. Might be Eileen's office.
Okay, I'll meet you up there.
Hi, Alba. Oh, you're ahead. You got this.
Made it! There you are.
Come on. Another locked door. Need to figure out the passcode.
These artifacts. I think these were Eileen's. It's every diviner's dream to discover even one of the ancestors' artifacts.
And maybe they'll help with the door. It's art, I think.
Would it be? Yes, I think this was commissioned in honor of the company's 25th anniversary. That must be the Dragonfly 6. Ape used it in most of their construction projects. The Dragonfly 6 was their most successful model.
Huh. This looks like some kind of prototype.
For water purification. Must be the H2 flow.
What?
H2 flow. Their early inventions had strange names. Oh, that must be the Larson McCory Award. The legacy says Eileen won it when she was 40 for her work on Leviathan.
Interesting. Wonder if my focus can show me anything. How old was Eileen when she won this award?
40.
All the numbers you mentioned. I wonder if they make up the passcode.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
Which numbers were those? So 40 is one of them, but... Huh.
What was this thing again?
The H2 flow.
The 40 and then 2.
What did you say this was for again?
The company's 25th
25.
anniversary. Looks like it used to be on the last pedestal.
What was this called again?
The Dragonfly 6.
42, 25, 6. Okay.
That didn't do anything.
I thought that would have worked. Did we overlook something?
Could use my focus here. Remind me, what was this called?
The Dragonfly 6.
You said this was commissioned for something?
The company's 25th anniversary. Looks like it used to be on the last pedestal.
The last pedestal. Ah. Okay. Maybe 42, 625.
The two artifacts on the ground. Maybe they used to be on opposite pedestals. That did it! You can almost see the whole city from up here.
Corner office. Impressive view. It must have been Eileen's.
Let's see if the data on Leviathan is here.
Well, it's official. Eileen Sasaki, CEO, chair, and worst daughter in the world. Security had to escort Dad to his vert. Guess we'll be speaking through lawyers from now on. Looking down at the world from here. It's hard to see the details.
Don't fall off, Alba.
People become risk factors, statistics, far too easily. Omuramba was supposed to provide clean water, improve lives. It was easier to pretend there wasn't a problem. Easier to believe the lie was truth. But I don't want to pretend anymore. I will build Leviathan right. No more shortcuts. No more lying just to save face. It won't undo our sins. My sins. But maybe we can still do some good.
She overthrew her father, took over the company, so that Leviathan wouldn't end up killing people.
Cool.
It sounded like she regretted covering up Omuramba's failure.
She wasn't perfect. Not a paragon, as the Quan believe, but not a monster either. She tried to make up for her mistakes.
And now you know the truth.
As for the data, Leviathan... yes, it's here. Downloading a copy now.
Is something wrong?
I think I'll stay here a while longer. There's a lot more data that I want to look through.
Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?
Down is always easier than up. Let's speak again when we're back at base.
Okay. I'll see you there. Well, after climbing all the way up, why not glide down?
Wait, you're going to what?
Just thinking about it.
Yeah. Woohoo!
Is this easy?
Fun. Ain't that nice? Very cool. So right back to camp too. Love it. Where are you, Alba? Did you go back to the base? Looks like it. Well, let's go see her.
Oh no. I got enough trouble with Katala, always kicking my ass.
Who says I'm any good at it?
But my luck's gone.
Aloy.
You look busy.
My studies are a good distraction. Especially after Cauldron Gemini. Varl, Beta, Gaia. Gone. And that's just the beginning. The Zeniths want to rob us of our future, too.
We won't let that happen.
Oh, and I wanted to give you this. For helping me get the data on Leviathan. I didn't really know what to give you, so I asked Zoe what you might like.
Thanks, Alva. I'll put it to good use. I should get going. Be ready to go on my signal, okay?
I won't let you down.
I know.
Taru Protector. Cool. Nice. Oh, it's the lightning on her bow. Meh. These outfits can be upgraded, but not the legendary ones. They definitely make it really hard to upgrade your legendary gear. Alright, well, we got 7 skill points to spend. Well, that's fun. Bouncy bombs. I don't even use this type of ammo, this type of weapon. Slingshot bombs. Cool. It's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
I keep thinking he's just gonna be standing there.
Well, I guess this is a good time, as good a time as any to call it for the day. Over 4 hours. As I rest at this bonfire, this campfire, and call it. Alright. Well, thank y'all for hanging out today. Hope you have a good one, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye, everyone.